Hello, hello, welcome back. Hello, Possum. Clappy Bappy? Don't know what that means, but hiya papaya to you, Possum. How are you this fine afternoon? Are you ready for for the gaze? Ready for sad gaze as sadly Aspen has forgotten us. It's all Rat's fault. It's so sad. Juliet's forgotten us. The game is dying in the background. Great.
Already? Okay, let me grab my keys.
Okay, get your keys. Okay. Last time, we went through a lot of emotions again, like, because chapter 3 is always emotional. I forgot about that. So many emotions in the third chapter, halfway through, damn. And, the most tragic part was that Aspen didn't make it back from her birthday trip, back from her birthday trip home. Didn't make it back in time before the 24 hours were up, and then she forgot us. No. And the last thing we heard from Aspen before the chapter ended was so you must be Miho. That's sort of Prince saying. That's time for Matters of the Heart, chapter 4. Thanks for the achievement, Steam. Thank you for the achievement. Fuck you. It's twice now that I've lost someone dear to me. Although Aspen is still alive, I see her every day. Her loss feels even more painful than young Ian's. Just fixing volume, seeing everything's make sure we're good. When volume, you got my mic close to my face. Wait, there we go. That might disconnect itself for some reason. Annoying. So I moved it close to my face. That's fine though. Alright, back to angst. Back to sad angst. What was it? This one? Back to sadness. Back to sadness. Sad. It's been a few days since Aspen lost her memories of me. She's been here like usual every day since then, and we both try to pretend like nothing ever happened. Woo, lesbian angst time. But everyone, including Juliet, knows that it'll never be the same. Whenever Aspen and I talk, I can tell. Whenever I mention something that she can't remember, it stings all over. Even when she's sitting right beside me, Aspen seems further away than ever. I doubt she remembers what she said to me before leaving. She hasn't mentioned it at all, and so neither have I. Not needing to have that difficult conversation was a relief, but not nearly enough to make up for losing everything else. If I could pick one or the other, I'd choose the conversation over Aspen forgetting me every time. I'm sitting in the kitchen, in my usual spot, next to where Aspen sits at breakfast, when my ears perk up at Juliet's approach. Although she can walk without making a sound, even better than I can, I've developed some sort of sixth sense for detecting her.
You're up early.
I don't look up from the cup of cold tea that my hands are wrapped around. Although it's been at least an hour since I last took a sip.
I think it's later than you imagine. Just past 8.
Well, it is.
Oops. I must have lost track of time.
I sat down here after closing the library for the day, just intending to collect my thoughts for a couple minutes. I guess it turned out to be more than a couple. Taking a seat across from me, Juliet also has a cup of tea. Hers is still fresh, warm, and steaming.
It's understandable. You surely have a lot on your mind. Anything you'd like to talk about?
You already know everything.
Not quite everything. How do you feel?
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Where am I? OBS. This game. I stare into the mug, aware that Juliet's looking at me. For some reason, I don't have the strength to meet her eyes.
Sad. Even though I know I shouldn't be.
Oh heavens, why ever would you think that?
Because I knew this was gonna happen someday, sooner or later. It just turned out to be sooner.
What do you mean?
Shrugging, I finally look up. Worry creases Juliet's face, and so I stare at the wall just behind her. I don't want to see someone else feeling bad on my behalf right now.
I mean, it was always going to happen. Aspen was always going to forget me someday. There's no way I could see her every day for the rest of her life, right? That's the other thing, too. She's a human, so eventually she'll...
I trail off, not wanting to say the words out loud, knowing that Juliet will get what I mean. Sure enough, she nods sagely.
She will.
Death used to be such a distant concept for me. Just a boogeyman to be afraid of, but not worry about too much on a daily basis. Now it's become all too real. In the case of Jong-in, now when it comes to Aspen, it's hard to not think about how that will be her fate, too, someday. Even if she hadn't forgotten me, no matter what I might have said in response to her confession, the eventual end would be the same. I can't help but picture Juliet's own pain and anguish at Cosette's grave, and all these years after she passed away.
So if it was gonna happen anyway, then what's the point? Why bother?
Aspen, no. That's not how you deal with grief. Maybe. That's not a good ideology to have. That's how you become distant and disconnected from everyone in the world. What's the point of making connections if we're all gonna die eventually, right? No. Bad Mimo. Bad Mimo.
I'm just going to get hurt again and again. Someday, even you'll also...
Forever is such a difficult... Forever is just as difficult with someone else who's immortal. Maybe even harder. No matter how many years may pass, it's to only take one day for everything to be undone.
Oh, Miho.
She reaches across the table and lays her hands on top of mine, still clutching tightly to my drink. Her fingers are soft and cool, but they look awkward against mine. Like she doesn't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with with them either. Hi, Curation. Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to be happy, but Miho is sad and Aspen's forgotten us. What's to be happy about? I lost Aspen. You know, the girl I moved in with on another timeline. There's nothing to be happy about.
I wish I could tell you otherwise. But you're right that some kind of pain is inevitable when it comes to those we love.
There is no Plabby Babby. There is no Plabby Babby.
That's the trade-off for the joy they bring to us while they're with us. The pain exists because we had something to lose. Despite the heartache, I wouldn't trade my time with Cosette for anything.
It's different for me, though. Because I can lose the same person over and over. What about the next time Aspen forgets me? Or if there's a time after that? Maybe it's better to just...
I shake my head and cut myself off because I know I really will start crying if I go any further. Although Aspen and I have already been rebuilding our friendship, parts of me wonder if it's worth it. Do I really want to make myself go through that again? I know the answer is yes. I'm already doing it. But it's tough to justify it myself. Sighing deeply, I unwrap my fingers from the cup, sliding my hands out from beneath Juliet's as well. I study her hand still on the table. Despite her age, her skin remains... Hello, Nitro. Sense, thank you. I was opening you to put a fan on, but you know, you have to throw stuff in front of my face. Rude. You can hear the fan on my laptop. If you know you could, anyways. Despite her age, her skin remains perfect and unblemished. All her scars must be on the inside instead.
Thanks for listening to me. And sorry for being such a bummer. I'll be back to normal in a day or two.
There's no need to apologize. I can only imagine how you must feel. Take all the time that you need. You don't have to force yourself.
Yeah, I know. But thinking about it just makes me feel worse. Besides, Aspen and I are still friends. Or I guess, friends again. I can't change what happened, so I may as well just do the best I can now.
Poor Mimo.
That's true. Still, don't ever hesitate if you need someone to talk to, or a shoulder to cry on.
Thanks. I do feel a bit better. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though.
Sleep well, Miho. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm sure she can tell that I don't entirely mean it when I say I feel better. Still, she does me the courtesy of pretending.
Night.
In a backwards twist on the usual, I head upstairs to my room and leave Juliet behind in the kitchen. As I climb the stairs, I get a glimpse of her, still seated at the dining table, across from the cup I forgot to put away. Somehow it feels weird to see her there alone. In my room, I wrap my blanket around myself and lie down. It's earlier than I usually go to bed, but late enough that it's pretty dark outside. I'm sure I'll be able to fall asleep. Although, today is the ending for me. It's just beginning for Juliet. I wonder what she'll do with it. Maybe she's still down at the table, sitting by herself. Isn't that lonely? Then again, I guess she's probably used to it. I'm still new to this whole loneliness thing. but she's pretty much an expert by now. That's kind of sad when I think about it. As I'm lying there, I hear the sound of the front door opening and closing. Sitting up, I look out the window to see Juliet standing near the porch. Something flaps past my window, and I move closer to see a bat descending towards Juliet. At first I assume it's one of her friends, the ones who hang in the corner of her study, get fed in the kitchen. Or get fed in the kitchen, but to my shock, the bat changes form, soon becoming a tall man.
Another vampire.
It's too dark and far away for me to see or hear anything clearly, but I can tell they're having a conversation. I'm tempted to open the window, but I'm sure the noise would catch their attention. The two of them only talk for a couple minutes, and then the other vampire turns back into a bat. I quickly lie down and pretend to be asleep as he passes by just a couple of seconds later. Hi, papaya bun, Olivia. Lesbians indeed, lesbians indeed. Yes, yes, yes. When I sit back up and peer outside again, she lets know what Ow! Thanks for the head pat, Olivia. I need to get a better sound effect for that. I'm just smacking my head every time you give me a head pat. When I sit back up and peer outside again, Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Before long, I start to get tired and crawl under the covers for real. Although I listen for the sound of the front door again, I never hear it. Eventually I fall asleep. Even though things have changed so much, and the morning routine is more or less the same. Kinda Hanatu. Just Hanatu. Just the cutoff of just Hanatu. Okay. Hanatu! Wow. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. I relate to that. Hitting send too early. After pushing my empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about.
Yeah, what's that?
And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider.
Mm-hmm.
But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
It also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through. Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not
Oh,
having
fuck,
to
the
worry
gush meter.
about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Oh yeah, I keep running until the gush meter on. I'm dumb. The gush meter, I forgot it exists, and you put that on every time I play these games. It's just never on when I play other games.
Right. I thought you might agree.
The gush meter, yes. I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. I can't read. I had one word. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier. But the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who would actually remember me in the room The only people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I can't really call them my friends as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I could at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too. Not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Hey. Hey. We're good, sorry about that. Something. Anyways, back to the game.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
Yes, knowledge is power.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic.
Research pog.
If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho yet to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I've just started calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was... If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been frustrated with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. Whoa, I can't read. So as a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as is. Maybe there's something else I could ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen to Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic after all. But this is one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again, though, I have to try something on my own too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. I had to get closer to the time for Aspen to leave. Juliet checks the clock and then stands up.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho.
Hmm?
It's
Oh, yeah.
somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
For me? What is it?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Spring upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining it. I've never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
And I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing...
Oh, wow.
It's a phone! One that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence, right?
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
A little. Yeah, a little. As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny, and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure that I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch. In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder... would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
That's a good question.
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho, in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment. With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask of a total stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this works. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out. I really can't read anything.
Right, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her. Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about.
Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now? Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
Off we go to the Bell House. Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Morning, boss!
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I could count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great start to my new goal of making sure the other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too.
Huh, okay, makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Really? That's it?
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that. I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with. Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
Lena need brain power. Lena big dumb. Big funny.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then
Big
video
funny,
call
big
her
dumb.
tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow.
Big dumb, big funny.
Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help?
Shh, don't interrupt.
Okay, whatever you say, Lena. Lena hums for a little longer, and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it! Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you could teach Aspen too.
I think I'm alright, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Oh, whatever. You'll see tomorrow
Miho-
when I
Miho's funny.
remember all of this.
Miho's dumb.
Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
Miho, big dumb, very funny. Big dumb, very funny.
It's,
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges, trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
Uh-huh. I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can. Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her so she can save your number.
Right. Okay.
How do I do
Let's
that?
see.
Take my phone back. I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Who dis? New phone, who dis? Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off of her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup. This is the first phone I've owned.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
Huh?
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss for words, which might be the first for her. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you. It's like, you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about.
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
You never stop talking, Alina.
You never,
never
would
stop.
finish talking if I didn't stop you.
That's not true!
That is true. For a second, Lena seems pretty serious. But then she thinks about it a second.
Well, maybe a little, but just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
You're not wrong. That is later. Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the bathhouse.
You let her win, huh?
Aspen sighs.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though. She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Then, towards the house door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well then, see you later, Miho.
Yeah. Bye, Aspen.
Aspen walks inside the house as I wave goodbye, and then I head off. Adventure! Oh, never mind, no adventure. I'm going home. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me, and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Ow. Nina's name pops up, and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lee.
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around, trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. Why does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you! Can you see me?
Yep. Hi.
Hi. She moves the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times. I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
Well, it's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right? If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works.
If it works.
I
Only time will tell.
really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, that's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how that word keeps getting in my head. In my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching. Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though.
Is that the right word to use, ironic? I think so.
Actually, speaking of Aspen...
goes on to tell me a story about work today. Turns into a story from work the day before. Goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate. When my arm is starting to get sore from holding the phone like this. Get it up in my face at some point. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yep.
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
Trying to figure out how to hang up, my fingers hovering over the screen like I'm about to squash a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for both of us. I lie back down in bed with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, I could change everything for me. It could change everything for me again. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but these are really hard promises to keep, no matter who is making them. Even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are, at At some point, at least, one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. One second chance. Even if we started over, it would never be exactly the same. My other hand, the one that isn't holding my phone, I reach out and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth on my bead. It's been a big pain lately. Well, for such a long time, the magic was my most useful tool. My secret weapon, which is hiding and scavenging. Before, it would have been 10 times worse if any of my crimes had followed me. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic is interesting. I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the number one thing I could ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so people didn't forget me. What if it was impossible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it's nice to the moment, but forever's a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I took my necklace up so I can see the bead. It still has a soft white glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant, or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions and problems. All the forms of my magic had to take. It had to be this confusing one. With my bead in my fist, I yanked my necklace off my neck and hurled it away from me. It clatters and rattles as it hits the floor, the wall, and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I suddenly count in my head. 1, 2. There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat, as if it had never left. My beat hasn't changed at all, but I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over on my side, not tired enough to sleep, not feeling like doing much either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. Comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, having it to my pillow, it feels like an anchor. Like always, the next morning, I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Juliet and I both crowd in to see.
So I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
Good. As I was saying, it's hard to figure out what's accurate and what isn't. A lot of the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately. Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Hmm?
Oh?
Pray tell, what that be, Aspen? Pray tell, what is it?
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
I removed my necklace more gently than last night and hold it out for them to see.
Yeah, I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
Passed it over to her and Aspen handles it delicately.
Pardon? What do you mean?
It poofs out of her hand to back around my neck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's new. I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago. I know it's important, but not how or why.
Your wild instincts inform you.
That says it so matter-of-factly. Like, not like they're something big or not something bad or that I should have gotten rid of it. It's just parts of me. My other self, no, the other part of me, hasn't gone away, even as I have spent more of my time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure what I see myself. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm something different.
Well, that sounds promising. It means something is
Ow.
happening, even if we're not sure what.
Thanks for the hydrate, possum. Thanks for the posture check and the stretch. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Olivia. Ow. Thanks for the head pads, Olivia. I heard my back crack when I was stretching. Great. We love that. I'm old. I'm not really, but I'm old. Not really old, but I'm old.
Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone more than mine. Will Mom know that someday? I wonder what it took to make hers glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the bead works. Old debuff cracking. As if I say I'm old, but I'm like hella young. Well, like I feel old compared to fucking middle school children who have no respect for people on the bus. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand too? I guess I'll just have to ask sometime. I have my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasps together.
One way or another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Yes, I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
I'm ready to go if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
Another thing we have in common. All right then, let's be off.
Good luck, you two. Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
This time, when we get to the Bell House, Lena isn't waiting outside.
There's always a chance she just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
What feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In the worst case scenario, nothing changes. Poor Mimo. Poor Mimo. She really does not like violence. I take the lead and open the door for Aspen, then follow her in. Nina's behind the counter.
Hey, boss!
Looks at me.
Who's your friend?
I try to hide the disappointment from my face. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad that, but at least I was prepared.
Miho,
I'm just messing with you. I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
It takes a second for me to process the significance of Lena's words. But once I do, I break into a grin. Aspen looks excited, but a bit regretful too.
That's great news. This will be such a big help in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I know she and I are both thinking the same thing. If only we tried that this sooner. We would have talked to each other that morning before Aspen got on the bus, and then everything would have been fine. As it is, this huge life-changing moment is bittersweet. Still, it really is a big relief. With my future isn't got a whole lot easier. With this, my future just got a whole lot easier. I still can't read. After saying goodbye to Aspen and Lena, I started walking back home. As I go, I pull up my new phone and slowly tap through the screens.
Let's see. I think it was here.
I managed to find my way to my messages and then find Juliet. I stopped walking in order to concentrate enough to write out a quick note. It worked! It's just the one who got me the phone, it just seemed fitting to let her know by using it too. Time passes. Although Juliet doesn't reply to my text, when I get back to the library, she's waiting for me with a big smile on her face.
Miho, welcome back. I saw your message, but thought I would wait to congratulate you in person.
Thanks. I'm still processing it myself, you know.
I grab one of the spare chairs from close by, and then join her behind the desk, taking a seat.
Even though it's such a big deal for me, it was pretty normal for everyone else. Or at least, it should have been.
I took the phone out of my pocket and hold it in my hands carefully, staring at the polished glass screen.
That doesn't make it any less special. Change doesn't happen all at once. You should enjoy these little moments along the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's thinking about Aspen too, but bringing that up would just be bringing down the mood. Instead, I try to do what Juliet suggests. Let myself focus on the good things. The good things this means from now on.
Yeah, you're right.
The little piece of technology that I'm holding is just the first step into a new world of possibilities.
No more being forgotten. At least, by the people that matter.
You're the wrong thing in the taskbar. As long as they have a phone, I'm going to have a phone too. At least I know enough about phones and how unreliable they can be to know it isn't a perfect solution.
I still want to know more about my magic and how it works, though. I'm not sure I want to just get rid of it, like Aspen suggested.
I understand. As a human, I think it's hard for her to grasp what that would be like. There's certainly merit to learning about it, though, as you say.
It's kind of funny that now machines can do a lot of stuff that only magic could do before. Like, flying. I used to be so jealous of Fabled who could fly.
I know quite what you mean. Why, sometimes I feel as if the rest of the world has passed me by with some of its changes.
Really? I don't think so. I mean, you know how to use a phone and a computer and all those things. Seems like you're keeping up to me.
Ha 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 ha.
Perhaps. I still prefer to write something by hand, or have a conversation face to face when possible, though. Maybe that's just what it is to get old.
You're not getting old. At least, I don't think so. I don't feel old, and we've been alive for almost the same amount of time.
I certainly do feel younger when you're around too. You remind me to enjoy the moment more often.
That's what I'm here for. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's not thinking about the future.
Yeah! What do you think about the future? That's depressing. Seeing Juliet laugh makes me smile. It's something that she doesn't do very often. When it happens, it's like a rare treat. Without Juliet, none of the good things in my life would be possible. She's the one who gave me a place to stay, a way to take care of myself, and now she's even given me a way to remember. To be remembered. All of that for free, too. I know she says I don't owe her anything, but the least I could do is try to make her smile when possible. Even that doesn't feel like it's enough. It's a start, though, as she's always fond of saying. Just like the phone, it's a start too. Juliet's laugh turns into a yawn, although she tries to hide it with the back of her hand. I leap out from where I've been sitting.
I can take over from here, so you can go to bed. Thanks for covering for me while I was out.
It was my pleasure. It's nice to be behind the counter again every once in a while, and to see our guest in person.
When I think about it, she does sleep through the busiest hours every day. She never really gets to see anyone. Enjoying this place she's worked so hard to put together.
Do you know most of them?
Nope.
I recognize many, but it would be a stretch to say I know them. Their names, perhaps, or even their reading habits, but not much beyond that.
That's too bad. I'll bet most people don't know how hard you work on the library, even though they come here all the time.
Oh, that's all right. I don't need the recognition, so long as the library itself is appreciated. Besides, you work harder for it than I do nowadays.
I guess that's true. But only so you can help people in other ways. Besides, you did my job for way longer than I have.
I've been here enough. I've been here only a fraction of the time that she has. But even I can remember some of our regulars. Although they occasionally ask about Juliet, it seems like they think of her more like a public service than a person. I can't pretend I don't understand why. It's like Juliet has two lives. The one she leads at night by herself, and the one that she briefly shares with everyone else each day. Both of those... What the... Why does it sink to the floor? Both of those are devoted to other people, the people of Wellington. Why did he leave why does he leave track and throw me in the fucking ground? What the heck? He rises, gazing around the room. It's still early enough It's still early enough that there aren't too many patrons around, but a handful are browsing or reading. Watching her look around, I see a kind of sadness in her eyes. Like when she told me about Cosette. Or talked to me about Aspen. It's not too different from how she normally looks. But I spent enough time with her that I can tell the difference. It instantly tempers some of my excitement from my new phone.
What's wrong?
Her focus snaps to me, and her face clears like I wasn't supposed to notice that.
Nothing. I was simply reminiscing a little. I do feel rather tired, though. Good night, Miho.
With a trademark smile,
Hey.
she turns and starts to stride past me on her way out to her room. She passes by me. As she passes by, I clear my throat. Juliet pauses.
Are you sure you're okay?
I look up, but she's not. She's just facing forward, eyes locked on the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, she just starts walking away.
Yes. Good night, Miho.
I don't try to stop her a second time, and I watch as she heads down the hall and up the stairs. Nobody else seems to pay much attention. Just because we said we'd be more open a bit from now on doesn't mean she has to tell me everything. She still has plenty of secrets, that's for sure. I wish she'd let me try to help her though, even if it's just listening. Oh no, oh no. The way she can go from laughing to frowning in just a few seconds. I don't think so. What deep talk? I can't pretend that I don't relate. I wonder if one of those feelings is more honest than the other. If so, I can probably guess which one. Whatever it is that has her down, it's not something I can worry about too much right now. I'll be here if she needs, of course. But it's up to her to do that. For now, I'll just keep helping out the only way I know how. Pulling the morning stacks of returns and requests, and get to work. Did I already miss out on the Mr. Kim thing? Maybe. Give me a second as I need to refill my water and stuff. We're gonna go to quick BRB. Herb. I forgot to transition button. Lol. I'm dumb. Oh well, I'm back. I got more water. And I'm dumb and hit the transition button in studio mode. You just stare at me, I just get back. Oop. Do your thing. Well, to the library I go. I guess I'm not gonna do Mr. Kim's thing unless I have a chance to do it later. I'm sad I missed out on Mr. Kim. Well, I'm sitting at the library's front desk. Gwen and Tommy come in, accompanied by Gerby, of course. She did say that they'd be back again. The two of them come over to where I'm sitting.
Hi there. Sorry to bother you. I know this is a weird question, but the other day there was someone here who played with my son while I was studying. But neither of us can remember who it was. Do you think you might be able to help?
Hey! Actually,
I explained my magic and how I've met Tommy and Gwen a couple times. As well as Elijah, and when I'm done, both of them look amazed.
Whoa! I can't wait to tell Dad!
Maybe it's a chapter 2 thing. I think it's a chapter 2 thing where you choose which we're gonna hang out with more. I kind of wanna try Mr. Kim things. I want to learn about Mr. Kim, but oh well. Maybe another time. Maybe another time.
That's certainly
Maybe.
a lot. But you know what?
Hmm.
I believe it. It lines up with the gaps in my memory. I thought I was just getting stressed out and forgetting things. Well, I probably am, but I'm glad it's not the case here.
Yes, that's good. That's good.
Is there some way to keep from forgetting you? Especially if we've met so many times before already.
We exchange numbers, and I tell her that Tommy is always welcome. To come hunt for bugs here. I just don't know if I'll be joining them. Not all the time. Maybe like a few times. Not like all the time. I have a job to do.
talk to you
Finally.
later. Good night.
I press the button to end the call on my phone, and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is more work than I expected. I'm glad that the people I've befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience though, and such a risk. For their sake, as much as my own, I need to find a better solution. Whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not, I have to at least know what my options are. I can't leave it all for Aspen and Juliet to figure out. I need to put my own effort into it. I'm not nearly as good at reading and researching as they are. There's still one idea that's come to mind a few times. Trying to finally put it into action. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. At the very edge of the path, I transform, nose close to the ground, to the tree line in the wild part of the mountain. I'm rushing when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my nose is overwhelming. I have to sift between them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones I can tell are humans or other fabled, or just part of nature. It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes that I can finally catch what I'm looking for. That familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up again, meters away, in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. Why does anyone live like this? It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anywhere in particular, but I stay on it, keep my eyes and ears peeled for any other signs of her. Finally, after picking up the trail, yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot. Anxious form yet again.
No way.
It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half caved in, and evidence of the holes where I buried my snacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't any signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here as if she just disappeared. I think rustles from near the collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard to see. So I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Vision forms it again, I still get the feeling that I'm not alone.
Hello?
Closing my eyes, I listen for any signs of response. A footstep, or whisper, or even a breath. All I hear is silence.
Pitiful.
The voice is just inches from my ear, and I leap away, on pure instinct, spinning around to face Silver.
I gave you so many chances, and you failed every one of them.
I don't know where she comes from, or how I didn't notice her. But she's here, crouching in the moonlight, although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn and run at a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants, because I don't think I'd win.
How'd you do that? Sneak up on me like that, I mean. I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile. Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
It's a plate, usually.
She certainly hasn't gotten any ice since last time. But, as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem so as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it, like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. Although her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where her bead hangs on a strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror. We're as different as any two people can be, but just by existing. I feel some kind of bond with her. Something wild. Behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrowing.
So you admit it then. Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand. You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like her bead does. I wonder if mine says anything about me. I don't respond, unsure how. Not because she's made me question myself, but because I don't think I should believe what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages. But really, it's only been a few months that I've been here in Wellington. In New Zealand, not Wellington. Also Wellington. But even a year, not even a year ago, didn't I feel the same way she does? Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone. Chasing some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it. Just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her that? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes there are no right words.
I see you've forgotten how to speak as well. But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to, but you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
I unhook my necklace and hold it in one hand. Pearls make a soft sound as they bang against each other. But my bead clatters loudly against its neighbors. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
Because I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic. Stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl around over my bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. He laughs, just once. It sounds like a bark.
You managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you would be so shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts. Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them? You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar. As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say.
Then what does yours do instead?
I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know.
Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Sure, it won't happen a second time. Surely it won't happen a second time. Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow from her bead lingering for a moment in the air, before her paws have all touched the ground, already running away. Soon even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my question in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Before I leave, I take a final look around my den. When I left here with Juliet months ago, I expected to be back soon. But since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much, even then. It's even less now, compared to some of the other hideouts I've made. It didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time going back to sleeping in the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe I'll change in the future. But right now, I'm pretty sure that this will be the last den I ever made. Looking around, I'm all alone again. And it's silent. Birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone. Still,
Night-night, birdies.
I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and dashing back to the library. After my late night encounter with Silver, I decide to sleep in a little bit longer than usual. When I head downstairs for breakfast, I find that I'm still beaten by I've still beaten Aspen to it.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning!
There are the usual 3 plates set, but only Juliet occupies the table. I take my seat as well.
No, Aspen? I guess I can call her if I need to.
She sent me a message to say that she'll be here, but that she's running late this morning.
Right on cue, the front door opens and Aspen hurries inside, clutching some papers as well as her bag to her chest.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
I see. It's time. It's that time of the day. I see.
It's no trouble.
We were just talking about you. You've got pretty good timing, huh? Only sometimes. Speaking of which, I can't stay too long today, but there was something I wanted to talk to you both about in person. What is it? Let me catch my breath for a moment.
Aspen claps into her seat, leaving her bundle of stuff on her lap. There's already a mug of coffee prepared for her by Juliet, which Aspen gulps down in a matter of seconds. While Juliet and I watch in awe of silence as Aspen scarfs down her meal in an equally short amount of time, I hadn't touched my food at all. I'm not sure how she's supposed to catch her breath like this.
Did you forget to eat yesterday or something?
Shaking her head, Aspen shoves another piece of bread into her mouth, chewing and swallowing quickly. Finally, she puts down her utensils and sighs.
I'm in a bit of a hurry today. I could tell.
Something tells me it's not on behalf of the Bell House.
No, not this time. The opposite, in a sense. I received this in the mail yesterday. after I got home from work.
Yep, it is time. Aspen picks up the paper she brought with her and sets it on the table for us to see. It's a small envelope with a smaller letter inside. Aspen slides the letter out and starts to read.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel. Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such, must respectfully decline. Best wishes, Purple Penguin Publications."
It takes a minute to actually comprehend what she's saying. With everything else that's been going on involving Aspen, I had forgotten about all about the book.
Oh, Aspen. I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. I wasn't expected to get accepted by everyone I sent it to. It's not the first notice I've received either. However, there are some revisions I'd already been thinking about making, and receiving this rejection notice inspired me to actually begin on them.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
I stayed up late last night making changes, which is why I was so late to arrive.
If and when I do find someone that will take it, I'm sure they'll be glad to know I've already begun making improvements.
That's good to hear that you're improving
How
on your
many are
work.
you still waiting to hear back from?
All of them.
I don't even remember, to be honest. I mailed it to at least a dozen publishing houses. Maybe even twice that.
Aspen is in fact a nerd. She's a big nerd.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Well, we love
At least
nerd. We
one of
love the
them
nerdy
has to say
Aspen.
yes, right?
We love nerdy author Aspen.
That's my hope as well. However, I'm going to need to spend a lot more time working on it than I have been. Now that there's a draft complete, I can see all the different areas I need to touch up. So I won't be able to come by for breakfast quite as often. Now that I can call Miho, I'll check in that way every morning. But I won't be here in person as much.
Aww. All three of us pause, taking in the significance of Aspen's words. With only a couple exceptions, she's been here for breakfast almost every day that I have been in Wellington. Oh, is this the break? The break? Maybe. So say it, I know. It never crossed my mind that she might stop doing that at some point.
You'll be missed, of course, but that's quite exciting to hear. I can't wait to be able to put a copy of your novel on the library's shelves.
Please, that's still a long, long way off. Picturing that has been a motivator for myself as well, though.
Will we still see you again?
Of course! I'm not dead, you know? I'm just busy.
I'm not dead! Don't be daft, I'm not dead!
Right.
I asked Regina if I might be able to reduce my hours at the Bell House some, too. She wasn't thrilled, but she understood.
Dang it. Now how will I get free coffee?
You'll just have to pay like everyone else, I'm afraid. Or come by when I'm working. I'll still be there just as many days, but not for such long shifts.
Will you be coming to the library to write?
Occasionally, I'm sure. But it's easy to get distracted when I'm here. At home, I can just turn off my internet and get to work. That's what I tell myself I'll be doing, at least. Unfortunately, I do need to run for now. Since I overslept, I had to ask Juliet to open without me.
The
I
long
have to
game.
get there before she burns the
Be
whole
gay,
place
get
down.
free fairy kiss chillers.
No wonder you were in such a rush.
Indeed. There's only so much time in the day, after all. But I wanted to say all this in person, since it may be a while before we see each other again.
Aspen carefully returns the letter to the envelope, then tosses that into her bag as she stands up.
Thank you for breakfast. It was lovely, as always.
You're most welcome. I hope you'll be able to join us again soon.
Bye, Aspen. Good luck.
Thank you. See you two later.
I wave goodbye until Aspen's out of the library. The door shut behind her. When I turn back to face Juliet, she's staring ponderously in the same direction.
You think she'll be okay?
I'm surprised she's doing as well as she is, all things considered. I had worried that receiving a rejection, which was nearly inevitable, would break her spirit, but it seems to have done the opposite.
Yeah.
Even though Aspen talks about how important writing is to her all the time, it's something I've always taken for granted about her. Just like how Juliet never leaves without her parasol, Aspen always has a pen and notebook with her. At some point, I got so used to seeing them that I stopped really noticing. Now, though, our whole routine will be different. Even though I know it's not a big deal, that I'll still see her every day, at least in a video call, it feels like the last part of my former friendship with Aspen is gone. Just another reminder that everything changes, whether I want to or not. Sitting there in silence with Juliet, I can't help but think about her own sadness yesterday. Aspen isn't the only one who needs to be worried about.
Are you feeling any better today?
Even if she doesn't want to give me the details, I figure it's safe to ask. Sure enough, she smiles at me.
I am, thank you. I'm sorry for leaving the way I did.
It's okay. I
Oh.
understand. You didn't hurt my feelings or anything, but I could tell you were hiding something. You don't have to tell me what it was, though.
She nods, looking at me intently, like she's searching for something. After a couple of seconds, I have to look away. I don't want to maintain eye contact for such longer.
Miho, could I ask you to keep a secret? From everyone, but especially from Aspen.
Yeah.
As I say that, I can feel my throat tighten. What could she possibly want to tell me, and only me? Biting her lip, Juliet thinks about it. Thinks about if she really wants to say what it is. Finally, she looks away from me, and instead gazes out the window, where the blinds cover most of the light.
I might be leaving soon.
Oh, where are you going?
To the underworld, most likely. But I don't think I'd be coming back.
Oh.
That's all I can say. Oh. It's one of the last things I would have expected from her. The idea of Juliet not being here is as inconceivable as the sky not being here.
As I said, it's only a possibility right now. Hardly a commitment or a guarantee. It's simply something I've been contemplating.
And once the initial shock wears off, I fly to my feet, smacking the table as I lean forward.
What about Aspen, though? What about the library? What about everything?
What about me? I want to say, but I don't.
Those are questions I've been pondering too. Someone else could take over the library in my stead. Most of the books and other items could remain here. Or perhaps this place could be reborn as something other than a library. It would be the decision of whoever came after me. As for Aspen, I'm sure she'd be sad at first, but she has her own life, and other things to fill it with. Her writing, her friends, her work. Aspen's strong, as we've seen.
Why don't you want me to tell her?
My voice comes out just as a whisper.
I'll tell her when the time is right. There's no need to have it weighing on her mind when it may not even come to pass.
I slump back into my chair, staring at the ground. I still can't fully believe what I'm hearing. And yet, how could I not understand?
And as for you, Miho,
Slowly, I look up, meeting her gaze, only for her to glance away immediately.
I'm sorry. I'd stay in touch, of course. With you and with Aspen. Phones work in the underworld nowadays.
Although she smiles as she says that, we both know it's a small consolation. She drops it almost immediately.
I'm sorry.
To my own surprise, I managed to shake my head.
No, don't be sorry. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I do. What it's like to have to leave or be somewhere else. I know that feeling.
Gently, Juliet reaches across the table and tips her fingers barely. The tips of her fingers barely touching my hand.
You'll always have a home here. With or without me. The library is yours if you want it.
I shake my head again. I know I don't want that. This library only exists because of Juliet. It's only home because of Juliet. Without her, it's just a building. Just 4 walls and a roof. Feels like those walls are closing in. Take a deep breath, pushing down the rising feelings inside me.
You said your mind's not made up, right?
Yes. I have my reasons for leaving, but I have reasons to stay as well.
Okay. That just means I have to find a way to make you want to stay.
If I think of this as a task, as a problem that can be solved, that's easier. I can't act like it's already too late and let myself get overwhelmed with bad feelings. Juliet's jaw drops, but like always, she quickly regains her composure. I can't help but notice the way that she struggles to find words at first.
I couldn't ask that for you. Besides, you and Aspen are already 2 of those reasons. The biggest 2, in fact.
What about the opposite? The ones that make you want to leave?
Those are more complicated. I'm sorry, Miho. I know how this must all come across to you. It's difficult for me to explain when I'm still sorting out my own feelings, though. I promise I'll tell you when I can.
We look across the tables at each other. It's uncomfortable making eye contact like this. And a big part of me wants to look away. But also, I can feel things. There's something different about this moment. I can really see in Juliet. I can tell that she's being honest with me as she can. Maybe for the first time ever, I can tell that this isn't easy for her either. Finally, I nod and stare at our linking hands. I really do understand.
I won't tell Aspen, like you asked.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean I won't try my best to make you want to stay either. Can you tell me one thing, though?
She hesitates, tensing up. I'll just ask.
Does it have anything to do with the other vampire who came here a few days ago?
Her shoulders relax and her lips curve, just barely upwards.
I should have known you saw him.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to. He flew right past my window, though.
It's fine. It's not a secret. That was Ezekiel, a vampire much older and wiser than I. Prefers to keep his own company, which is why you haven't met him. Very few people have. To answer your question, somewhat. We first met in the underworld, but he also came to the overworld before I did. When I first arrived here, he was the one who offered me guidance and advice. He even helped me get here in the first place. Now, many years later, he too is preparing to return home. For a long, well-deserved rest. When I heard of his intentions, it planted the seeds of that in my mind. Or rather, helped it take root. It had already been on my mind.
I see.
It makes sense that she'd know other vampires, even if I never see them myself. I wonder what he must have been like. Juliet to call him wise. Juliet leans back in her chair, retracting her hands with a sigh.
Thank you for hearing me out. Will you be okay, Miho?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just surprised is all.
I know. I thought you would be, but... I didn't want to hide it from you any longer.
Thanks. I'm glad you told me. It makes the other stuff make sense too.
The quiet sadness when she looks around, the way she talks about the library. In her heart, she's already said goodbye, hasn't she? We will stand up, ready to go our separate ways. Although I feel shaken by our conversation, I'm also relieved to understand her a little more, rather than just wondering. With one final smile, Juliet passes me by.
Good night, Miho.
Night.
I slowly make my way to the front desk and sit down, getting started on autopilot. Making Juliet want to stay will be hard, especially on my own. And is it even fair for me to try? You're pressuring me to stay here. She just gave me reasons to want to. I think that's important. I think that's the important part. They have to be her reasons, not mine. Trying is all I can do. If that's not enough, then it's not enough. Either way, there's one thing that I know for sure. I need to make every minute that I can, every minute that I can spend with her count. As I go to Ataya Park and not spend time with Juliet. Lol. Lol. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it. It's been to see Juliet or Aspen. I'm surprised, not surprised, when I see that it's Lena.
Hello?
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
What? What's wrong?
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
Ah, it's the art thing. The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
Lena, what's happening?
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
Yes, emergency.
Play? Wait, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it?
I thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
I could just casually skip through this since I've already seen this already. I could.
Jeez. I have to give him my answer soon.
Could if I really wanted to. I sigh and force myself to calm down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find out someone was hurt, but I'm just relieved that that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you afraid you can't do it?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite of what I normally expect from her. Even during the other activities where we tried, she always gave it her all.
When do you have to give him an answer?
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Whoa, can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
Do it? Just then I noticed Cyrus himself walking up the path towards us.
Oh, there he is.
Lena turns to see him and looks back at me with fright.
I'm out of time!
Tries to put on a cool face to Cyrus, which is the two of us.
Hi there. Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
Not yet. Still thinking about it, sorry!
It's already been a week.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
I'll be specific. Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
Can she?
You bet I can.
Are you sure?
Okay. I'll just stand here.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, for real. Just
Do
stand
I
here.
look like I'm joking?
No. Very serious face right there. Very
I
serious.
can never really tell.
He's very serious right now. Very serious. Can you tell? Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
No problem, Cyrus. No problem.
It's
Nothing fun was
okay.
happening.
We were just talking about you.
Only good things. Only good
Wait,
things.
you know who I am?
Don't worry about it. Don't question it.
We've met before. We were partners
Don't
at that
question
painting
it.
class.
Ah, I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very convenient for having relationships with people. Friendships or whatnot. I've had to explain this so many times by now that it just feels normal to talk about.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not magic. How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life, and Miho talks about hers.
So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
I see. Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree.
A tree.
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's
Uh-uh.
still a couple small parts like that I need
The
to
play.
fill.
Not in real life.
Oh,
Nina's face lights up with excitement.
if you do it, I'll do it.
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on stage in front of people is still a lot for me. No matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping out Lena and Cyrus too.
What would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
That's it.
That's it?
It's had the heaviest sigh in my life. I don't regret this.
Fine.
Both of them perk up, and I see an actual smile on Cyrus' face for once. Maybe the first time ever.
Cool. I appreciate it.
We're gonna be great. You're gonna be the best tree in the play.
Sure. However that
Rehearsal
works.
Start soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh, let's make a group chat.
Nina instantly pulls out her phone and starts tapping.
I'm not sure.
Done.
I feel my phone shake in my pocket, and I see Cyrus checking his as well.
I guess that works.
Whatever.
Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh well, guess that works. I'm a tree. Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot lot better having someone else I know be there.
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
But you're a tree.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat.
Or not. It is a tree.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Definitely. Definitely would be a big problem.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Would be a big problem if I was a speaking role, because I'd be like, oh wow,
Not since I was
who
in
is this lead?
school,
Where'd the lead go?
But I know
Where's
the
the lead?
story and the part, so it should be okay. Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
Now she seems more like that, like the Lena I know. Fiery and full of energy. That was surprisingly easy emergency to deal with.
In fact, I'm gonna go start practicing. See you soon!
Bye. Have a good bye, Lena. As Lena leaves, I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into. But I guess I'll find out someday. Not long after the sun went down, it starts to get pretty cold. Clouds came in out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I found myself sitting in the windowsill, looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or an abandoned house? She's rude and abrasive and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumiho I've met, I can't help but care about her. Just a little. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either in her shoes. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold, with everything turning into mud around you, shivering under a tree that blocks most, but not all of the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. I can't read or speak normal English. The next day, when the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside, dreary, as Aspen would put it. Still, it's as busy as a day as I've ever seen at the library. My main job is to stop people at the door and getting them to wipe the mud off their shoes before they go in. I care a lot about it, because my second job is to clean up mud off the carpet. The door swings open, and a big cyclone storms in, looking all around. Cyclops.
Hiya! Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Pardon? I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
Who's your friend?
Oh, no one. I'm sure he'd said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
It is the same voice actor. They reuse voice actors sometimes for extras. And it's fine. It's fine. We don't talk about that. Upon saying on the way back to the door, the Cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The door stays shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Once the entryway is tidy, as I can get it, I sit down behind the desk and work on my reading and writing. It isn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters, and I can hear grumbling from outside.
Come on, Pippa. At least hold the door.
It's her! It's Pippa! In
I'm
cello!
protecting the notebook. You get the door.
It's them!
Here, let me.
It's the kids! It's time to babysit! It's time to babysit! It's babysitting time! The poor door pops open one more time and the three kids in marching outfits trudge in. Two of them, including one carrying a notebook, who must be Pippa, look around in awe, while the other girl approaches me.
Hello there, miss. My name's Cello. My friends and I are here in New Zealand for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington.
Hello.
We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start.
Hmm.
Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help. One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library, but she's asleep right now.
Did you say she lives here?
Yeah? So?
And did you say also?
Also.
Armand,
Eh?
Pippa, please.
Oh.
I'm sorry my two friends don't know how to not be so nosy.
It's fine, it's fine. Juliet, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
I smell gay in the air. Gay in the air. I love gay in the air. Don't you love gay in the air? They all are from a different visual novel. Wow. Look at them go. Look at them go. Wow. They really are from a different visual novel called Cerulean. Wow. What a time. What a time to have visual novel characters referenced and they're being whole ass characters and another visual novel. Crazy. What a time. It's crazy. What a crazy world we live in. You weren't wrong.
That sounds like it would be too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Or just for reading. It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
Who? Who is Olive? I've not played Twofold before. I have seen it around, but never played it before. That's not what I need. That is a color. Yeah, I've seen like things of Twofold. Like I've seen it published by Bell House. Coming soon, eventually. Eventually, you'll be here. Eventually. Surely, surely. Eventually, the game will come out. Copium, copium. Eventually. 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 Anyways, time to close all these tabs I don't need open. Like voice acting people. And Twitter. Activision games.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it alright if we look around?
It is
Library.
the library, you know. They're meant for looking around.
The library, what do you expect to what? What do you want to do?
Still polite to ask.
That's fair.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The nosy pair head off to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell that they're handling the books with respect. As Juliet would say. The third girl, Cello, stays by the desk.
Ms. Miho? Since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
I keep right-clicking by accident. Fuck. She also has a notebook with her, although it's smaller than Pippa's. It reminds me of the one Aspen carries with her.
Sure, I don't mind. But like I said, I don't know much about Wellington or New Zealand at all.
That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld.
Fun.
My family and I just moved there, so I don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do. I hope that didn't sound weird.
I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'm not from the underworld either. Go ahead, ask away.
Thank you.
Takes a seat in one of the chairs near me. Curl-tailing? Tail curling around one of the legs.
Is there anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I can see my answer.
I wish I'd known how rainy it was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first.
Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
Flaps her tail enthusiastically.
I wish it would rain every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss?
It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here.
Oh, that's good to know. It's not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
I went to school. What school?
I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
Were you homeschooled?
Sure!
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, homeschool. That's what you can call it. Sure.
I see. I
Sure.
just have one more question.
Borrowed school.
Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place.
My favorite place. I don't know what I chose last time. I think I chose Bell? What did I choose last time? I didn't choose the library. I either chose Mount Victoria or the Bell House. I think I chose the Bell House. So all I remember, just the description of the Bell House, relatively vaguely.
Probably Mount Victoria. It's not too far away from here. You can really see the whole city from the top. I lived there before I moved into the library.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After reading down all my answers, Kella puts down her pen.
Maybe that's the problem. No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably come back with more.
Anytime. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
They're not. Luckily, after a while, all three of them leave the library again.
Nice kids.
Nice kids. Nice kids. Very nice kids. Very nice kids. Yep, I really am just locked into this route, and I can't do anything about it unless I restart chapter 2. Oh well. Can't do much about that right now, can I? Later that day, while I'm working on my writing worksheets, the door opens and I glance up to see another kid entering the library. This time it's Tommy, accompanied by his dad and Gerby.
Hey, me! See any cool bugs lately?
Nope, don't think so. Have you?
Yeah, I saw a hoo-hoo beetle. I couldn't catch it, though.
Oh.
Oh, that's really neat.
I don't even know what that is!
So you're the famous Miho I keep hearing about, huh?
I'm Miho. I don't know about famous.
You're a legend in our households, that's for sure. I've heard all about you from Tommy and Gwen. I'm Elijah, by the way.
I know.
Well, you already know who I am. We've met before, though.
At the zoo. Not the zoo. At the garden. The botanical garden.
Yeah, that's easy to forget.
He waves a hand to get their attention before we start talking too much.
I'm gonna go look for more spiders again. Bye!
Don't cause any trouble now, okay? And don't touch anything that's gonna bite you back.
I don't know how many bugs could be left in the library at this point, but I don't stop him. I know he's pretty harmless and I don't need to worry about him. Once Tommy and Gerby leave, I turn my attention to Elijah.
Anyway, we met each other a while ago at the Botanic Garden. I caught a bug by accident and Tommy wanted it.
Oh, so that was you, was it? I was trying to remember who we were with. So wait, that means that you're the one who can see Tommy's friend Gerby, right?
Yes.
Yep. I can see him right now with Tommy.
The Fabled is next to Tommy, like always, helping him search for their eight-legged prey. When he hears me say his name, he gives me a jolly wave like Tommy did.
Huh.
Although Elijah is standing at the same spot I can tell that all he sees is empty space. Elijah pulls out a pen and notebook from his pocket, and just like I've seen Aspen do, he clicks the pen into writing mode.
What's he look like, if you don't mind?
He's got a white face and body with purple flower petals on his head and shoulders. And some green leaves for his hair? He has eyes but not a mouth. And he floats.
Nodding, Elijah writes down everything I said.
That's exactly how Tommy described him. Wow.
Why didn't you think he was real? There's all kinds of fabled, you know?
I know. It's just... Did you have an imaginary friend when you were younger?
Nope. In my head.
Well, I did. And Tommy's the kind of boy who would have one too. Not that Gwen and I thought that was a bad thing, of course, but since no one else could see him, we thought he was just pretend. Hearing he's real is still a shock.
Across the room from us, Tommy's creeping around on tiptoes, Gerby floating up high above, using his aerial position to get a better view.
I'm glad, though. Real glad. In fact, that's why I'm here. I want to try and see if I can find anything in the books about a fabled like him.
That's fair.
Not sure why you're able to see him either. Other fabled haven't been able to. You're the first person I've ever met who can.
He floats. He frowns. Not floats. He frowns. How about he float? He floats. What? Where? Elijah, where are you floating?
Unless I forgot them too. I need to write that down.
Elijah's pen scratches against the paper. In the quiet library, I can hear the sound clearly. Elijah seems pretty casual and relaxed, and so I feel like I can ask him a question that's been weighing on my mind. Whether I know it'd be polite to ask.
Hey, can I ask you something?
I'm an open book.
Why are you and Gwen getting divorced? I mean, I've talked to both of you, and you seem like you get along.
The retching abruptly stops. He taps the pen against the edge of his notepad, and returns while he chews his tongue.
Because people just change. Sometimes in different ways. Don't get me wrong, she's still one of the best people I know. We're just better off not being together. It hurts, but if we'd stayed married, it just would have hurt more. Eventually you have to rip that bandage off.
I
It's for
guess
the best
that's
for all
fair.
three of us. I mean, Gwen works her butt off for him too. Me and her both still have the same goal, and that's to do right by our kid.
As you should.
That seems rough for Tommy.
Yeah, that's the hardest part. We're all still getting used to it, I think. You know what they say about time healing wounds? Well, I'm glad he's got a friend after all. Thanks for letting him play here too. I hope he's not too much trouble.
Nah, if he was, I wouldn't let him come back.
That's fair. I wouldn't. Elijah laughs.
That's good to know. I'm gonna go get a start on that research. With any luck, you'll see me again soon with a few books to check out.
Good luck!
So many of the people I know do research. I realized that was such a popular hobby. After a while, Elijah returns to the desk, like he promised, with a couple books in his hands. One of them is so thick even Aspen would think twice about trying to read it.
Alright, I only skimmed through these, but they seem promising. So I'll take them home and have a look. I managed to find a picture of another fabled who looks kind of like what you were describing. It seems like they're not from the underworld, so there's not a whole lot known about them. Would you mind if we keep in touch? Gwen tells me that's the way to not forget you.
I mean, it is, so why not?
Sure,
Fuck it.
that's fine. Just call me in the morning or night.
I'm already adding swapping numbers. I'm already adding swapping numbers with a lot of people than I expected. I'm already adding swapping numbers with a lot more people than I expected. Probably more than Juliet herself ever expected. This time, as all of them leave, Kirby comes over and lands on the desk in front of me. He waves his petals at me before spinning in a circle like a top. Then he bows and hurries off after Tommy. I really can't read any single word ever said in the life.
Another fabled from somewhere else.
Kirby may be a mystery, but for Tommy's sake, I'm glad he's around. Later that evening, sitting up in my bedroom, I take a spot on the windowsill again and look out.
I wonder if those kids found something to write about.
We get students visiting the library all the time. I've never met any others who came from so far away, like Cello and her friends. I wonder what it must be like to go on a big adventure like that with the people who care about. I bet it would make traveling more fun to have someone to talk to. It'd be nice if I was able to do that. I like being here in Welly, but I know that someday I'll have the urge to journey again and see more of the world. I love to show Juliet some of the places I've been. She's helped me make Wellington my home, so I'd like to show her where I came from, what made me who I am. That's part of why I have such mixed feelings about what she told me yesterday. Even if she did go back to the Underworld, it isn't like I'd never be able to see her again. It would just be a lot less often. We've seen each other a little bit today, but haven't really talked much since breakfast. I'd like to spend more time with her, though, especially if I may not have many more chances to do that. I slip on my shoes and head down to the study, where there's a flicker of lamplight from under the door. I knock 3 times, just like she always does.
Come in.
I open the door to find her at her desk, a pen in her hand. Of course, she smiles when she sees me.
Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
Not much. I just wanted to come see you. Are you busy?
Not at all. Would you like to sit?
Yeah, sure.
She sets her pen aside and puts some papers into a drawer as I sit down across from her. They probably come from one of her research projects. In my head, that's the main thing she used the room for.
Would you like some tea?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks.
She pours a cup for herself, and as we sit there quietly, I realize that I don't actually have a plan how to hang out together. It feels easier to talk to Aspen a lot of the time, mostly because she likes to tease me or has things to complain about. When I'm with Juliet, we talk less, which I don't mind myself. It's not that I don't like talking with her. Of course but more like I don't always have to say anything. I don't have something to say. I can't read. I just assume things. Aspen has her writing and the Bell House, whereas Juliet just has the library and past. A scratching noise in the corner gets my attention, and I look over to see a couple of bats hanging from one of the rafters. Juliet follows my eyes, gazing fondly at the creatures.
Jasper and Fiddlesticks found it a little cold for their liking, so they've been warming themselves inside for a while.
Mentally, I thank the bats for giving us something to chat about.
How'd you come up with their names?
I call them after characters from books or acquaintances I once knew for the most part. The names are more for me than for them.
Do they answer to them?
Oftentimes, yes. Although I'm sure it's also a convenience for my sake.
Makes sense. Words are hard when you're just an animal. Back with my person, I could understand anything they said to me, just the way they said it. It took a long time as a Gumiho before I learned enough words to understand. Before that, they were just sounds I'd memorized.
I imagine it's like that for Fiddlesticks and the others. Just sounds that they can recognize. That's all language really is, though.
That's fair. While that flaps its wings, adjusting itself, or remaining hooked to the ceiling.
Do you ever talk to them as a bat?
No, though I'm sure they can sense that part of me. I imagine it's why they chose the library as their roost. Cosette used to call them pets. They've always been wild. Still, she was the one who first began naming them.
Whoa! They've been coming here for that long?
Not the same bats, mind you. The ones Cosette knew are long gone. Jasper, Fiddlesticks, and the others are from many generations later. I'm glad that somehow they had knowledge of this place passed down to them.
Just like the people.
Yes, just like them.
History, generations, family. It never really dawned on me how Juliet's built her entire life around these ideas. Hearing about her research for people is one thing, but it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. Even the bats have a legacy. And Juliet's been there for all of it. When I think about it that way, I feel like I can start to understand her reasonings for wanting to leave. How much there is for her to miss. But also, her words give me an idea. I may struggle with saying things sometimes, but maybe we don't have to use words to have fun.
Hey, do you want to go somewhere?
I don't mind, but what did you have in mind?
I was thinking maybe we could go for a walk. Since we're not always awake at the same time like this, I wanted to spend some time with you.
Juliet blinks several times, something I've seen Aspen do when she's surprised. But settling into her usual calm warmth. Before settling into her
I'd like
usual
that
calm warmth.
very much. But isn't it late for you?
It's fine. I'm not that
Whatever.
tired. Besides, you're always staying up to talk with me, so it's only fair.
I see. I certainly can't say no to that. Give me just a moment to get ready, and I'll meet you outside.
Okay.
I go outside. I go downstairs to wait, leaning against the front porch. I may not be able to show her places, but show her the places I want to. I can show her one of my favorite things instead. Juliet joins me after a minute, and to lead us off.
It's been a while since we've gone on a walk like this, hasn't it?
Yeah. When we delivered some papers, right? I just started staying at the library last time.
And now here you are, leading the way. Are we going to Mount Victoria by chance?
Yup. Is that okay?
Of course. It's been quite some time since I've been there either.
Was the last time when you came to my den?
Indeed it was. You've gone back a few times though, correct?
How'd you know? How would you tell? Are you spying on me?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite spots.
Spying on me? Juliet's weird. Creepy. I leave out the part about going back to my den in particular, since it involves Silver.
Actually, there were these kids who came into the library today. One of them asked me some questions like what my favorite place in Wellington is. They're doing a school project, so they'll probably come back again.
That's lovely. You've become a Wellington expert.
I don't know about that. I told them you and Aspen would probably be more helpful. They came all the way from another country.
Oh, how nice. I'd be happy to assist if they do return.
Cool! I'm sure they'd like that.
Street lights illuminate the way for us, although neither of us would really have trouble seeing in the dark. We don't see other pedestrians, and the cars that pass by are few and far between. Reach the mountain, and I guide us off the trail and into the brush. Although I take a different direction than usual, I'm not looking for Silver this time. Although I wouldn't be surprised if she's observing silently close by. After a little bit of walking, I find an area that fits where I was hoping for. Open and away from the path. When I stop, Juliet looks around and understandably confused.
What is this place?
Just an open area. I've never been here before. Seeing the bats in your office gave me an idea, though.
And what might that be?
I just want to go for a walk, like I said. Except not in these forms, but our other ones. I know we just came all the way here, but you said you don't spend much time as a bat, right? I haven't been spending a whole lot of time as a fox lately either, but it's something I like to do. So, maybe...
I trail off, a little nervous. Maybe I should have told Juliet my idea before making her come all the way out here, in case she doesn't want to. For relief, though, her face lights up the light.
I'd love to.
Okay, cool.
I can't help but grin in response when I close my eyes, focusing on my bead and tapping into my magic. When I transformed a couple nights ago to attract Silver, it felt a little stiff and unfamiliar, but it was my first time doing it in a while. Now it feels natural again. I opened my fox eyes and spread my tails, looking up at Juliet, who hasn't changed yet. She regards me curiously. Now that I think about it, she hasn't never seen me like this before. Whatever she might be thinking, whatever she might be thinking though, she keeps to herself. Instead, she closes her eyes like I did and lifts her arms to her sides. Look at that. Look at that. It's a bat. It's a tiny little bat. It's a tiny little shit. Her limbs shrink like mine before expanding back out into the shape of wings. As she becomes a bat, she gives them a few shaky flaps, fighting to keep herself in the air. Oh, look at them go! Oh, look at them go. Look at them go. Look at the beans. Look at the beans. The beans. The little beans. It takes a few flaps before, but she gets the hang of it quickly, coasting in circles over my head in an even pace. Once I'm sure she's ready, I turn tail and start to run. The cool air breeze rushes across my fur beneath my feet. The earth is soft and damp and perfect for running on. I turn my head to the side to get a glimpse of Juliet. Her eyes are focused straight ahead, and she glides through the air like a knife through butter. She follows me effortlessly as I run up and down the hills and through a field. Being able to let loose and just run like this is something I've missed. I push myself to go even faster, challenging Juliet to keep up. With a few powerful wing strokes, she's managed to stay above me, close enough that I can feel the gusts of air with each flap. For someone who hasn't done this in a while, she seems to be in pretty good shape. Since I don't have any particular destination in mind, I just lead us wherever seems greenest and most open. Above us, the stars twinkle merrily while they watch. Suddenly, from the trees in the direction we came from, the sound of more wings flapping. Juliet and I both turn to see a small flock of other bats coming to join us. About the zoomies. The zoomies. Unlike her, I'm pretty sure these are just regular bats, with a dash dart around us, following along like they were supposed to meet us here. I can't tell what Juliet's thinking, but I hope she's having as much fun as they are, as I am. At the very least, it's something new to her. That has to count for something. I run and run until I've just about worn myself out. As my pace slows down, so does Juliet, until I'm only moving at a slow trot. Juliet has to flap her wings more to stay close, turning circles like the other bats accompanying us. The zoomies. Finally, once I reach a flat, grassy area, I come to a halt and transform back into a person, flopping down on my back, looking up at the sky and Juliet.
Alright, I'm beat!
Juliet comes closer to the ground and then changes forms herself. The bats who were with us squeak and disperse, fluttering off in all directions. I wave goodbye at them while Juliet watches them go. Then she takes a seat to the ground beside me.
My, I haven't had a workout like that in years.
She fans herself with one hand. It's the first time I've seen her look so worn out.
It's been a bit for me too. You did pretty good though. I was afraid I might leave you behind by accident.
I certainly had to push myself at times. I'm impressed by you as well. It's much more strenuous to run that far compared to flying.
Nah, I'm pretty used to it. Didn't think we'd have company though.
Nor did I. It was nice to have them join us.
Wiping the sweat from my brow, Juliet gazes up at the stars, looking content.
Thank you, Miho. That was quite nice.
Glad you had fun. Wasn't sure if you would or not.
It's not the kind of thing I'd have ever done by myself, I'll admit. But I'm glad you brought me out here.
Hearing Juliet's words, and more importantly, being able to see on her face how much she meant them makes me feel good, even without many words between us. Rolling over on my belly, I push myself up and stand.
You must be worn out. Shall we head back to the library?
Yeah, I'm ready if you are. I'll sleep good tonight, that's for sure.
Juliet laughs.
I'll start breakfast a little later in the morning then.
I reach out a hand to help her get up on her feet. At first, Juliet just stares like she's not sure what she's supposed to do. Then she grabs it, and then I pull her up.
Wanna do this again sometime? We don't have to transform, but I want to see your favorite places too.
Would love to. Yes, it's a promise.
Looking up at her, her honest, gentle smile illuminated by the moonlight. I want her to stay. I want to give her a good reason to stay. Where do I want to go for my morning stroll? Why don't we go to the botanical garden? I've been a little aimless, so I decided to spend a day in the botanical garden, checking out the plants at my own pace. My leisurely browsing rewards me with some weird flowers I've never noticed before. They're green and red, and shaped so weirdly! It almost looks like they have little mouths and with teeth. Oh. They do. I know you're not really supposed to touch things in botanical gardens. Let me see what that was. Weird teeth. How does it feel like? How does it feel like? Boop. Ew, yuck! It's trying to bite me. What the hell? I move my hand away as fast as I can, relieved to discover the plant has extremely weak grip. As I do, it opens its maw back up, waiting for the next unsuspecting fool. Scary, scary! I didn't know there were flowers that could bite you. I'm gonna go look at some normal flowers now, and I'll keep my hands to myself this time. Fly traps. Oh, fly traps. Oh, you're weird. Fly traps are fucking weird. Okay, another... I need to go quickly dehydrate myself real quick. I'll be back in a hot minute. I'm back. I'm back from dehydrating myself. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what happened. What's happened? What happened? What happening? What's happening? When evening rolls around again, I drift to do that study once again. The door's open, and I can see her sitting at her desk inside.
Knock knock.
That's 2 knocks, not 3 knocks. Come on.
Come in.
Knock, knock, knock. One more knock. Come on, you know. Always 3 knocks. Always 3 knocks. Always 3 knocks. Don't forget. Always 3 knocks. I take a seat across from her. I've started to think of it as my seat.
How was your day today?
It was fine. Not too much happened. Do you want to hang out again?
Come to have me make good on my promise already.
Only if you want to. It's fine if you're busy.
I'm never too busy to spend time with you.
Great! Remember, it's your turn to pick where we go this time.
Right. Give me just a moment to prepare, and then we'll be off.
Ooh, the pier. We come to a stop near the ocean, just the two of us. Lights from the city shine behind us. Out of the water, a handful of others glitter from far away. Ships. A handful of others glitter from across. Lights for my brain is slow and cannot English. Lights from the city shines behind us, and out in the water, a handful of others glitter from far away. Ships. The tides come in and out, but we stand just outside its reach. Everything is quiet, aside from the soft splashing of the water, lapping at our feet. The crisp night air carries a trace of salt. Side by side, Juliet and I both gaze out at the open sea.
It's beautiful.
Juliet nods. During the day, this beach is full of people laughing and playing or blasting the sun. This night, however, there are only a few others around, barely more than shadows against the sea.
So this is your favorite place?
Keep my eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Juliet hesitates before answering.
One of them, yes. I'm not sure that I could choose one above all others. I've always loved the ocean, though. I find it calming and serene. Did you know that there are no oceans in the underworld?
Oh, really? Interesting.
Really? No, I didn't know that.
It's true. There are lakes and rivers, but nothing like the sea. I never even witnessed it as a human.
Oh.
When I heard stories, I thought that surely they were exaggerated. Imagine my surprise when I saw it for myself.
Interesting.
Whoa.
I think back to the first time I saw the sea, and I followed Zhongyin's trail out all the way to its end.
I didn't even know it existed until I saw one. And when I did, I thought it was just a really big lake.
You must have been just as surprised as I was.
I got on the boat and it took me to China. Not that I knew that. I didn't even know what Korea was, or that I'd left it.
I'm sure it didn't take you long, though. You learned very fast.
Only sometimes. There's some stuff that I learned really slowly.
As do we all.
That's just a thing of life.
As do we all.
The second time she says it, her voice is softer, almost as if she doesn't mean to speak aloud. We stand together in silence again for a couple of minutes.
I used to come here all the time, just to stand and watch the waves. They're calming, I think.
Yeah, it makes me feel really small. Since no matter what, the ocean stays the same, you know? It doesn't care about us, or about our lives. It just is.
Juliet nods.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better.
Did you come here by yourself?
Sometimes. Not always. Cosette loved the ocean too, of course. When she was young, she used to say that she wanted to be the captain of a ship and sail all around the world and see all there was to see.
Did she ever do it?
No. The first time she set foot on a boat, she got terribly seasick and never boarded one again.
That's kind of cute and funny.
We would go to the beach often, though. This one or others. Even if she couldn't live that dream of hers, she never stopped loving the idea. After she passed away, I would return here on my own nearly every night. Sleep was impossible. but I could gain some measure of peace and rest just by watching the tide. Its constant, reliable motion was something I could hold on to. It ebbs and flows, just like life itself.
I glance up at you. Oh, whoop, too fast, too fast, too fast, too fast. Hey yo, calm down, get back here. Get back here, get back here. I glance up at Juliet, half expecting to see tears in her eyes, but there aren't many. Her voice is strong, and stable too, not trembling like she's about to cry. She looks down, meeting my gaze, and smiles. For a long moment, neither of us look away. It's like that moment in the library, when I felt we were seeing each other, other than seeing each other for the first time. As we look into each other's eyes, I feel my heart start to beat faster. Even after she peers back out at the water, I feel electrified. Something begins to swirl inside me and take a shape that I'm starting to understand.
I spent so long in misery and grief, but I began to forget it was possible to exist without them. Everything was a painful reminder of what I'd lost, and days that would never come again. And yet, I find that the ocean is still beautiful. Even now, it's more beautiful when beside someone special. Impossibly, unchangingly so. As you said, in the face of such vastness, our petty little lives feel so tiny and insignificant. Years of pain that may feel eternal are really only drops in such a big, big bucket. I think that's what helped me to find some measure of solace and strength to go on.
I'm glad you did.
Me too.
Up in the sky, the blinking lights of a satellite or airship are another reminder of how life goes on around us. They look just like the stars. Standing here, next to Juliet, I feel the same kind of quiet warmth that I did last night after our run together. Something from inside myself that feels good and strong and right. The trials and pains that we've been through are very different in nature. But I'm glad that they brought us to the same spot. Beside me, Juliet takes a couple steps forward, a smile back on her face.
Would you care to walk a little?
Sure.
We move slowly, following the shoreline close enough together that we keep bumping into her. The sand makes it hard to walk straight. Maybe you're walking gay. You're walking gay, Miho. You're walking gay! Juliet doesn't seem to mind, though. For some reason, every time it happens, I feel the spark of excitement inside. The tide sloshes in a bit higher, enough to sweep away our shoes. But we keep going. Shells and seaweed decorate the beach, and I take care not to step on anything that might break. We walk until we reach the far end of the beach, where a few stacked boulders and the pathway lead back into town. You don't act like you're bumping into an accident. You know it's on purpose. We know it's on purpose. The boulders are worn down by the waves that sometimes reach here, and the grass path stops abruptly just before it. I noticed something that, in the dark, though, a green spout looking from the ground. Beyond here, beyond where the rest of the plants dare grow. Juliet and I stop walking, and my heart continues to pound in a dull thud The swirling something, that electrified feeling, makes me realize that what it is. Not just realize. I admit to myself. The name of that spark, that feeling, the reason that it feels good to stand next to her, to bump into her, to make her smile.
Hey, Juliet?
Somehow I don't feel nervous. Not like Aspen was. Because now that I understand, saying this to Juliet just feels right. Just a step or two ahead of me, Juliet turns around to face me. The moon shines down like a spotlight, illuminating her in the darkness. Her expression is unreadable, and I wonder if she knows.
I think I'm in love with you.
A small wave crests smashing against the shore. It flashes my leg, but I don't mind. Barely notice. I consider saying more about how I remember her words that day when Aspen told me her own feelings, or about how I feel when I'm with her. For once, there's a lot to say, but I choose not to. I've said all that I need. With Juliet, so much has always been unspoken, and I'm confident she can understand me now. Right now, her eyes go wide, but otherwise she remains unchanged. I wait. Now that I've said that, I don't know what I hope she'll say. Thinking about myself, and as the kind of person who could be in love, still feels weird. It also feels true. Whatever else that might include, and whatever Juliet might feel about me, that's a whole other issue. So is everything else between us, like whether or not she'll be leaving. No matter if she says stays or goes, no matter if she feels the same way I do. None of that's important right now. Right now, I'm just glad to be able to put a name to these feelings. Finally, Juliet takes a step forward, places a hand on my shoulder, touches me lots of times before. But this time I'm hyper aware of her presence.
Thank you for telling me, Miho. I must confess that I don't know what to say. My thoughts are all aflutter right now.
It's okay. You don't have to say anything.
I see that blush. I see that
wanted you to
blush.
know.
I see that blush on your face, Juliet. I see you quietly looking away. I see you, Juliet. I see you and I feel you. I see you, Juliet, and I hear you.
But you deserve a response. I simply don't know how to give it at the moment.
Take your time, Juliet. There's no rush. I'm not gonna force you to confess or say or respond. You can take your time to think about it.
Would it be okay if we talked about this more tomorrow?
For the first time ever, Juliet seems truly at a loss for words. At Cosette's grave, or whatever I yelled at her afterwards, or any other time something has happened, she's always managed to gain her composure. You have plenty of time. We're both immortal. But now she seems lost. Honestly, I think I prefer that way. Little shit. That's lovely. That's lovely for you, Miho. That's lovely for you. Reach out and place my hand on hers.
Yeah. That's fine. Really.
Thank you.
I love my inability to drink water properly. I just fucking spilled water on my chest. I spilled water on my shirt. For fuck's sake. Juliet's hand lingers on my shoulder a moment longer, before sliding out from beneath me. I miss it as soon as it's gone.
Wanna go back to the library?
Juliet nods, seemingly relieved. We climb the small slope up to the road, and begin walking back together, side by side like before. I keep my gaze firmly fixed ahead of me, and I'm pretty sure she does too. Both of us keep our thoughts to ourselves. My heart turns a somersaults as we do, filling me with nervous energy without an outlet. Now that I've said them, an enormity of words and just what they mean for me begin to sink in. Juliet's kindness and compassion, the memories we've already made together, and the way she understands me in a way that only another fabled can. All those things have been pointing in this direction for some time. It's just that I only now figured out where the road was leading. When we get back to the library, we wordlessly hug each other before going our separate ways. In my bed, I lie awake and stare at the ceiling.
I'm in love.
I know what I said. I know what I sound like when I'm lying. And that's not how I sound now. My feelings are real and true. And now they're out there. Tomorrow feels so far away, and yet I don't know what I'm waiting for. What would it mean if Juliet loves me too? What would it mean if she doesn't? I'm still figuring out what it means for me to be in love myself. I haven't gone to the other parts yet. As I close my eyes, though, thinking about her hand beneath mine and the feeling of her arms around me, I can't help but think maybe I'm hoping for more than I can admit. Alright, back to the play. Back to the play. Only a few days after I agreed to be in a play with Mina and Cyrus, it's time for the first rehearsal. Even though I'm not going to be as involved as they are, I still want to see what everything is like. I head to the park and find the area that's been set up to practice. When I get there, I find a bunch of people waiting more than at any of the other activities I've tried with Lena. Most of them are reading through thick packets of paper. Standing alone or in small groups, Lena is one of the people on her own, until I go and join her.
Hey, Miho! Ready to be a tree?
Yay!
As ready as I'll ever be. What about you? Are you nervous?
Me? Nervous? No way!
I forgot. Oh, I'm back. I've got a chocolate in the fridge for like a while. I want to grab a piece of it real quick. This chocolate's good. Chocolate is tasty.
So that only happens when it comes to Cyrus, huh?
Maybe just a little. That's different, though.
Sure. Chocolate ASMR.
Hey, you should go find him and get a copy of the script, too.
Do I need it? I'm a tree. I'm a tree. Are you sure? Do I need it? I'm a tree. I guess I can't be run lines, I guess. Well, I guess I can't be run lines, but like, I'm a tree. It isn't hard to locate Cyrus. He's surrounded by a few boxes of props and snacks and other supplies. Within a promised, or maybe threatened, he's been included in our check-in calls to make sure he remembers me. He knows when he sees me approaching.
Oh, it's my favorite tree.
Nice.
Hey! Lena said I should get a copy of the script.
That's a pretty good idea. Let me find yours.
He digs through a bunch of copies of the scripts until he finds one with my name on it. Mimo!
Here you go. I marked all the parts where you'll be on stage.
Mimo! I flip through the pages. A few seconds are circled in red pen. I'm glad you did that because I've taken a long time to read through the whole thing on my own.
Feel free to relax for today. We'll do some dry reads and not much else.
Okay, I can do that.
I wander back to Lena, who's boldly speaking to no one.
But Mother, today is my birthday. It's not necessary to...
Stop shaking her head.
Maybe a bit more whiny. Oh, Miho! Tell me which one you think sounds better.
Okay. Wait on me. She reached the line she was just practicing twice. Just like when she made a drink to compete with Aspen. I have a hard time telling the difference.
The second one.
Okay, I thought so too.
Really? You sure? Did you really think that though?
In ballet, you don't have to worry about talking or sounding good. This is harder than I thought.
Have you done the ballet version before?
Nah, but I've seen others perform it a million times. I'm sure I'd end up doing it someday if I'd stuck with ballet.
What? You didn't?
Why'd you quit? I never really got the chance to ask before.
Lena looked off into the distance, seemingly unnaturally serious. Her wings sag and she bites her lip.
It's kind of complicated.
Okay.
Mostly because my parents really wanted me to do it. Like, really wanted. Ballet or dancing or anything like that. But I'm just like, hello? Can you get any more cliche than a swan girl doing ballet? Or any of that stuff? That's one of the reasons I wasn't sure about saying yes to Cyrus.
Guess that makes sense.
I don't get it. What's so bad about that?
They're always like, do this, do that, it's tradition, it's expected, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to live my life like that, you know? I want to do my own thing.
So you quit ballet because you don't like it?
I do like ballet, and I'm good at it too. But if I kept doing it, it wouldn't be for myself. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah, it makes sense if you think about it. It reminds me of some of the conversations I've had with Aspen and Juliet, where they encourage me to do things for myself. Nina's in the same situation, but from a different angle.
Anyway, now that I've said yes to doing this, I'll do my best. I've got to be the best actor in the whole performance.
That sounds like more like the Lena I know. I've let her practice her lines with me. I would sometimes sing the lines from other characters if she asked for it. Eventually, Cyrus calls everyone together to do some parts as groups. I sit on the sidelines and watch both Lena and Cyrus give it their all, just like Lena promised. Some of the other actors sound a bit more bored or unsure of themselves, but those two won't have any issues. After a while, Cyrus calls an end to the rehearsal, and we all go our separate ways until next time. My paws carry me across the wet leaves and mud. Fog was crept into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mists. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well, out of sight, but not mind. I run, filled by a sense of purpose. It lightens my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and he cares about me. Somehow, we find each other. My person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind almost instinctually. A warm smile. A gentle touch, a kind word. Those are things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination and to the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation. The sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all I can see. But I don't need to see, only hear. That voice I can never forget.
Little fox, where is your home?
I open my eyes to the darkened bedroom. My nap must have lasted a couple hours longer than I expected. The moon and stars are already out. Woo! Juliet is her person! Yay! I can really remember what I did with the rest of my day before I took my nap. Breakfast with Juliet was quiet, and we didn't talk very much last night. I'm sure she'll bring it up when she's ready. After a quick check-in with Aspen on the phone, I went through work like a zombie, mindlessly making my way through my tasks. After closing up, I'd planned to take a quick snooze, but the late night and exercise I've been getting finally caught up to me. The last few seconds of my dream replay in my mind while I lie in my bed facing the wall. That touch, that voice. I can't say for sure whose they were. I look into my senses to notice something out of the ordinary. A sound drifting from downstairs. Music. Rolling out of bed, I go and crack my door open. Sure enough, the sound of a violin and piano waft their way up from the library. There's another sound too. Juliet talking to someone. Her words are muffled by the distance and the music, but I can tell from the soft tones that it's her. I wonder if the other vampire, Ezekiel, is here. I don't hear a second voice though. I draw in a shaky breath to prepare myself and then head downstairs. The music gets louder as I approach the main room until I finally discover the source. Juliet set up an old record player on one of the library tables. A small stack of dusty records sits next to it, the sleeves all frayed around the edges. As I round the corner, the soft murmur of Juliet's words become coherent, and I pause for a moment to listen, still out of sight.
Both of them. You and Aspen would make great friends, I'm sure. The two of you have always been such dreamers, born for worlds greater than our own. She's at the start of her own new adventure. I can't wait to see where it takes her. Whatever it takes to make those dreams come true, I know she'll find it within herself.
Ow! Rude! Fuck you, Kaizen. You suck. Also, hi, Papaya. What was what? You just threw a thing at me. What do you mean? Why are you so surprised? You threw a thing at me, motherfucker! Fuck you! I don't know, that's where it threw! That's just where it landed, motherfucker. I don't choose where it goes. It just gets thrown and then it goes places. I don't know. You're the one who threw it, don't ask me. Well, welcome back from work. I thought you quit. 10 hours, shit, what the fuck? That's a lot. 10 hours, damn, bro. Damn. I thought you were quitting. I thought you were gonna get fired. Nope. Yeah, I figured it was a joke, but still. If only. I still love how you're horrible about throwing that tree. Yeah, no shit. No shit, it was already dead, guys. Why else would it be uprooted and very neatly tied up at the bottom? I'm making a face at you, but you can't see it because there's no facial recognition of the face I'm making. I started to tiptoe around the corner, curious to see who Juliet is talking to.
And as for Miho...
I freeze again, halfway there.
There's simply too much to say about her. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But there is one thing that I'm quite certain of.
I step around the wall to find Juliet at the other side of the room, with her back to me. She stands near Cosette's portrait. One hand on the frame, and the other, she places it on my shoulder. One hand on the frame, the same as she placed on my shoulder last night.
I'm sure you would have loved her too.
Both of us remain motionless, locked in place. Did I hear her right? Did I understand her right? A few seconds later, the song that was playing comes to an end, and the sound from the record player with a soft static as the needle touches the empty center. It breaks the spell that bounds us. Juliet turns around slowly, gracefully. Her elegance feels like a contrast to the way I stand there, awkwardly, processing what I heard. She acknowledges me with a smile, but walks past me and goes to the record player. She carefully lifts the needle and turns the record over, then lowers it again. Soon the sound of music fills the air once more. Now, Juliet approaches me, one hand outstretched towards me.
Shall we dance?
I don't know how.
Even as I say that, I reach out for her as well and place my hand on hers. Oh, Miho is cute and nervous. Oh my god. Nervous Miho.
That's okay. It's quite simple. I'll show you.
Juliet gently pulls me forward, and I reach her in just a few steps. She holds our linked hands together. She holds our linked hands out to the side and wraps her other arm around me. I just kind of stand there, letting her guide me. My heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest, and I keep myself calm, focusing on the motions instead. We sway from side to side in time with the music, just turning a slow circle in place. It's harder than I expected, and I stumble more than once as I try to mimic what she's doing. I've never been this close to Juliet for so long before. or to any other person. We start to move more as Juliet takes tiny steps around the room. I do my best to keep up with her. I'm always half beat late. I went to step on her foot by accident, and I'm the one who winces.
Sorry.
It's okay.
She takes it in stride, not missing a step. The song ends and another starts, and we keep going. Little by little, getting the hang of it. Although I still feel clumsy and make mistakes, but everybody get into the flow. Spend time with Juliet instead of just after. Just inches away from her face, Juliet looks into my eyes and I gulp nervously, but stare back, trying to focus on both her and my feet.
I've been thinking quite a lot about what you said yesterday.
Oh yeah?
My voice is barely a whisper, a croak. I can tell I'm blushing furiously. Being with her like this, I have a feeling I already know what she's going to say, but that doesn't stop my heart from racing. Juliet nods, her forehead almost bumping against mine.
And?
She leans in and kisses me. The music builds to a crescendo as Juliet's lips find mine. We both close our eyes. I surrender all thoughts and fears, aware of nothing but the feeling of our kiss and the digital rhythm of our dance. Juliet's fingers curl tightly around my hand and I squeeze back, not needing any words to communicate. With her other arm still around me, Juliet holds me closer and tight. I wrap my free arm around her too. We rock and sway as I try my best, as I trust my body to do the thinking for me. I find it easier to move in time with her. The two of us dance around the library as I let her lead, and I follow, feeling warm and alive and complete. And when we end our kiss, we stay like this, close together, with hands linked tightly. The blush on her face is still there, but I think it looks good on her. I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder. She tilts hers against mine.
And I love you too.
As if she ever needed to say it. Juliet and I talk and dance and kiss into the night until sleepiness manages to overwhelm my excitement. And I have to go to bed. Even as my head hits the pillow, I'm looking forward to making up tomorrow and seeing Juliet again. When I do open my eyes a few hours later, the feeling of elation hasn't left me. It gets me to bounce out of bed and get ready in a hurry. I stare at my own reflection in the mirror. As I brush my teeth and wash my face, I don't look any different than usual, of course, but I'm expected to. My lips tingle with the memory of Juliet's against mine, and the tender look in her face. A look meant just for me. After I finish washing up, I hurry downstairs to breakfast and taking the stairs. There's two at a time. I practically slide into the kitchen.
Good morning, Aspen!
Aspen! It's not just Juliet sitting at the table, but Aspen too.
Good morn, Miho, to you.
That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Oh my god, I love that. I love them. I love them so much. I love them so much. It's illegal. I'm gonna run out of safe spaces at some point. Let me hear that one more time.
Good morning, Aspen!
Wait me a second. Options. Sound. It's that position.
Good Aspen!
Good morn, Miho, to you.
Go.
Hello, Miho.
Hello. Although Juliet's greeting is pretty typical, there's a new warmth in her voice that makes me blush.
Morning! I thought you weren't going to be coming to breakfast anymore, Aspen.
I said I wouldn't be here as frequently, not that I wouldn't be here at all.
You did say that. You did say that.
Besides, it's a special occasion. It's not every day that your two best friends start dating.
You already know?
It hasn't even been a full day. It hasn't even been a few hours.
I hope you don't mind. I spoke with Aspen yesterday, in fact.
Nah, I don't. She'd figure it out pretty fast anyway.
Actually, I was hoping I could talk with you as well, Miho. If that's alright.
Hmm?
Oh,
Sure.
Sure.
What about?
What is it?
Mind if we go outside?
I looked at Juliet, who's standing up from the table. She gives us a friendly wave towards the door.
Go on. I haven't started cooking yet, so it'll be a little while before breakfast is ready.
Okay.
I get up and head out the front door with Aspen close behind me. What's wrong? The two of us stand outside. The two of us stand beside each other on the porch. Early morning, sun just starting to shine out over the hill. Late nights and early mornings. I've had plenty of both, but that's okay. I have things worth staying up for, and things worth waking up early for. Next to me, Aspen fidgets with her hair and hat, while I wait for her to find her words. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, too. I have an idea what the topic might be, but not what she wants to say about it. It's the first time we've been alone together since she went home.
So, Miho,
You still love me, don't you?
you probably remember, even if I don't, that I, said some things to you last time we saw each other.
Yeah.
How could I forget? I swallow a lump in my throat, trying to just listen to Aspen without getting ahead of myself.
Although the actual memories are a blur to me, I wrote a lot of my feelings down in my journal over the past couple months, including that evening after I left. It's weird, I have to say, to see all that written in my own handwriting, but not to connect to it or feel it anymore. But I can tell how much I treasured the time I spent with you. I hope that doesn't sound rude. I know you were and are a very, very important person in my life. And I'm very grateful for all the time we've spent together, both before and after that. You're still, or again, a dear friend of mine. Yesterday, Juliet told me about the two of you. She wanted to make sure I was okay with it before giving you an answer. I swear, she's selfless to a fault sometimes.
She really is.
Anyway, I told her that of course I don't mind. I'm perfectly happy with us remaining as just friends, and I couldn't be more excited for you. Both of you deserve all the joy in the world.
What?
I'd been trying to figure out how to talk to you about everything, and what I even wanted to say, so it was relief to have this reason to say it. I'm sorry for putting it off for so long.
It's okay. I wasn't sure how to bring it up either. I'm really glad though. I like being your friend and I don't want that to change. even if we had to start over.
I hold out my arms and Aspen comes forward and gives me a hug. It's different from hugging Juliet, of course, but still nice. I'm also relieved to hear how Aspen feels and that she won't be hurt by seeing Juliet and me together. It's still painful to have lost all that time we shared. But at least we're both eager to rebuild it. Aspen pats me on the back before she steps away.
Well, I certainly feel much better after saying all that. Come on, let's go join Juliet again.
Right behind ya.
Well, that turned out, a lot better than I was anticipating. I thought it was gonna be a lot sadder, and that she has fell for me again. But I guess not, and that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Back inside, there's a sizzling sound coming from the kitchen, as well as delicious smell of cooked meat, cooking meat, and cooked meat. Aspen and I enter to find Juliet frying bacon as well as preparing the usual dishes.
That smells so good!
It should be ready before too much longer. Go ahead and sit down, and I'll bring it to you soon.
Okay.
We hardly ever get meat, so this is a rare treat. I used to have it a lot more before moving into the library, even if I had to scrounge for it. Aspen and I take our place at the table, and soon Juliet brings us all the food she prepared to sit down. While Aspen and I both load up our plates and dig in, Juliet just nibbles on some bread and sips her tea contentedly.
You know, it's not fair that you always make us such good food, even though you can't taste it.
I don't mind. I'm perfectly satisfied seeing the two of you enjoy it.
Yeah, but you worked so hard. I guess there's no way around it though, huh?
Oh, right. You mentioned that to me as well not long ago. So is all food the same to you?
I can still taste things, but just barely. And I can appreciate the textures of different dishes too. But yes, for the most part, it's like an afterthought to flavor.
So, like drinking a flavored, sparkling water, then?
I've grown accustomed to
Interesting.
it over the years, to the point where I can't even remember what things used to taste like. Perhaps that's a blessing in disguise.
Make short work of everything Juliet cooked, not even leaving behind a crust of toast. Of bread. After helping us clean up, Aspen departs for the bathhouse, and Juliet and I are left alone at the kitchen table. I'm glad we've gotten more comfortable with silence, because I'm not totally sure what I should be saying or doing now. As different as things may be, we're still the same people. Even though I want to talk with and be with Juliet more, I haven't magically become more eloquent. It'd be nice if my magic did work like that, though. The best thing to do would probably be to just tell Juliet what I'm thinking. After all, it was just being open about my feelings that got me to this point in the first place, so there's no reason to stop now.
Hey, so I have a question about something Aspen said. She said that you and I are dating now. Is that true? I guess what I mean is, I love you, and you said you love me too, so now what?
Good question.
I know what dating is, but not how to do it, if that makes sense. You probably already know that, though. I just want to make sure I don't do anything wrong.
Juliet stands to offer me her hand. I accept, of course, and stand up as well. She takes my other hand in hers and faces me. Almost like we're dancing again.
There is no wrong way. Dating, lovers, partners, they're all just words. I'm happy to use any of them if they feel right to you. What matters to me isn't what we call it, but what we feel. And I feel that being around you reminds me what it's like to exist and to celebrate being alive and to find joy in everyday moments. That every second we spend together is more special because you're with me.
Oh, that's cute.
When I say that I love you, I mean that I love you, Miho. Not just who you could be or who we could be, but who you are now. So please don't feel that you have to change for me or behave a certain way. Just being yourself is all that I could ask for.
That makes you so hot. You could probably fry a slice of bacon on it. I'm not embarrassed, but Juliet saying all those things about me is so wonderfully new and exciting that my body doesn't know how to feel about it. I like hearing them, though, and it helps me put me at ease.
Okay. I can do that.
Still keeping my hand in hers, Juliet leans forward and kisses me, making my lips tingle again. I'm pretty sure I could get used to this. But can it last? That question permeates everything for me. The past couple of days, it feels like we've danced around the tension. The unspoken question is what we have, whatever words we use to describe it, enough to make Juliet want to stay here? I shouldn't expect one night to make up her mind, and I'm sure she'll tell me when she's ready. If the answer is no, though, if I do get used to this. And to being with Juliet, then will there ever be a time where I'm ready? Once again, I force those thoughts away. The nature of our relationship has changed, but my goal hasn't. No matter what's coming in the future, I want to enjoy these moments, Juliet now, and hope that there'll be enough for her too. Go to the den. It's grayed out, but really not. Damn. Damn! I love my I love the lesbian fox Miho. I love Mimo poggers. Let's go to the park. We don't go to the park on our free time very often. The park is empty today, aside from the strange sight of two girls in bright uniforms doing all kinds of stretches and jumps, and I'm not sure what their uniforms are for, but they seem to be practicing something. Pick a pair of strange floppy things, one in each hand, and start doing routines in sync. It started like a dance. There's no music. Is this some kind of sport I've never heard of? To my surprise, they end the routine with one girl doing a cartwheel, flipping over the back of the other girl. Even I have to be impressed, and I nearly clap on reflex, forgetting that I'm a silent observer. They also seem satisfied with their performance as they pack up and leave their day. Now I'm curious. One of a fox jumping around is no problem, but this body is much less capable. They may be able to do a cartwheel too? I don't think I've ever tried before. I picture the practicing girls in my head a few times, trying to trace the nuances of their movements. With my mind's eye, it seems simple enough. Just get enough forward momentum.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
Morning! How'd your project go?
We're still working on it.
Some of us are. Some of us just want to wander around.
It's not wandering if you have a destination.
Around isn't a destination.
Well, that's why I wanted to come ask for Ms. Miho's advice again.
Again?
Yeah, have you met her before?
What? She helped us just a couple days ago.
It's fine. It's just a thing that happens.
All right, if you say so. Actually, if it's fine with you, I had another question to ask.
Ask away.
Last time, you told me about your favorite place. Are there any other spots in Wellington that you like? We're having trouble settling on a topic.
What if we did our project on this library?
There are libraries everywhere, even Amarina. What's so special about this one?
There are coffee shops in Amarina too, but you still wanted to go to one. Besides, just look around. This isn't a normal library. Right, Miss Miho?
That's true, I guess.
Plus, we wouldn't have to walk around so much. What do you think, Cello?
I do like it here, but only if it's okay with you, Pippa, and with Ms. Miho.
Whatever, as long as we get it done.
It's okay. As long as you don't bother anyone or break anything.
We won't!
You're already going to bother someone if you keep yelling like that.
Oops.
Thank you so much. We'll be extra super careful.
No prob. I thought you were asleep. Not that I'm not glad to see you.
I should be, but I wasn't able to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for an hour, I thought I'd come and visit you instead. How's the library today?
Fine, same as always, pretty much. Those kids I told you about the other day are back. They asked if they could do their project on the library, and I said that was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble.
Oh, how lovely. I hope they're able to find what they're looking for here.
Me too. Something really weird happened too. Two of them, Armand and Pippa, forgot me like usual. But the mermaid Cello was able to remember my name from last time.
Really? That is quite strange. You haven't noticed or felt anything different?
Nope. I decided not to think about it too much. Otherwise, I'll just drive myself crazy.
A sound decision. Still, it's something worth keeping in mind.
Ms. Miho? Oh, and...
My name is Juliet. You must be Cello and Armand, right?
Does everyone here know our names? Don't tell me we forgot her too.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I simply heard from Miho.
Juliet's the one who owns the library. I think I mentioned her last time.
Oh, that's perfect. You see, we wanted to ask...
Do you think you could show us around? I can tell this isn't an ordinary library, but I want to know more about it.
Sorry to ask for such a big favor, especially since you're already letting us work here.
It would be my pleasure. Miho?
Yeah, I don't mind. Juliet's a real expert, though.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Shh. Where should we begin?
Our project is supposed to be on a special place in Wellington, so whatever makes this library special.
We can begin with the books then. I've been collecting them for quite a while. These are several first-hand accounts of life here in New Zealand, or Wellington in particular. Some are written by the indigenous people, the Maori, while others are by people who came later. It's important to read history from a variety of sources, and I've done my best to offer just that.
I love learning about the past. I can even tell you about the future too sometimes.
I quite agree. Every person from all walks of life have a perspective all their own. I've been privileged to learn so many of them.
What are these in the glass cases?
Gifts and treasures bequeathed to me over the years. I felt there's no sense in keeping them hidden away where only I can see them, so instead, I leave them here for all to witness and enjoy.
Who's this?
My daughter, Cosette.
She's so pretty.
Cosette is actually the reason this library exists.
Really?
Yes. She also loved to collect books, to the point where we could hardly fit them all on our shelves. She suggested that we allow others to borrow them too, in order to share the stories that we loved so much.
Oh, whoa. If I had enough books to open my own library, I'd never have to go anywhere again. I could just stay home and read all day.
What about the theater, or museums, or school?
I'd still go to places for fun sometimes, but who needs school when you've got so many books? What's up there? Can we go see?
That's where bedrooms are. And Juliet's office.
Oh. Can we go see?
Armand, that sounds like a private area.
There are some parts you can visit. I have a feeling you might enjoy seeing my study.
Really? Oh, let's go! Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa. It's like a whole other library.
What is... Ah!
Oops! I'm sorry, Orpheus. I should have seen if anyone was sleeping.
Wait, it has a name?
The bats are Juliet's friends. They sleep in here a lot of the time.
Oh, I'm sorry for yelling.
It's quite all right. I'm sure he'll be back to sleep in no time. This is my study, where I keep a variety of records and other books that are less interesting to most patrons. However, I suspect you may find some of them useful for your project.
You're right. Some of these look really old.
And handmade.
You're both correct. Many of these volumes were handwritten, or not widely distributed.
So not many people have read them, right? Oh, that would be perfect for our project.
I am not sure these are available to borrow like the others, Armand.
Oh, right.
Generally not. But if you promise to be very careful, I wouldn't mind letting you take a few with you. So long as you return them when you're done.
Really? Oh, we can definitely do that, right, Cello?
Yes! As long as it's really okay.
It really is.
Thank you so much! Is this the first time you've let people borrow the books from in here?
The first time in a while, at least. I don't see a reason to deny them, though. It's nice to see how excited they are by the prospect.
That's true. Are these okay for us to take?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again!
Come on, let's go show Pippa. Even she'll have to be impressed by these.
That was fun. I learned a lot too.
I'm glad. It was nice to have a reason to indulge in those memories for a while.
You never told me you started the library because of Cosette.
I didn't? My. I suppose it never came up.
Damn it.
Stupid dog. Learn to obey when you're given a command. I told you not to come back here.
Oops. Guess I must not have heard that part.
Huh.
Not this time.
Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I've told you to stay away. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at listening?
Why are you limping? Did you hurt your leg?
No, someone else did. Why do you care?
Because you exist, I guess. I've never met another Gumiho, but I feel like I know you. At least a little bit. We probably have more in common than you think. Or admit.
Fine then, I'll tell you. Listen well, dog. I won't repeat myself. The forest I called home belonged to man, as all forests do in their minds. Every day, to live was to be in fear of their cruel weapons that could tear you apart before you ever saw them. All creatures of the forest are prey to sate man's hunger for violence. I learned to run, for there was no other choice but death. To hide from their stinking horses and craven hounds. Survive. Yet, for all my running and for all my fear, one day, I too found myself fleeing for my life, slabbering beasts at my heels. There was a crack as one of their weapons rang out, finding its mark in my leg. Despite the pain, I kept running for as long as I could before collapsing into the bush. I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing but quiver and dread, useless and pathetic. I thought I would choke on the fear. Instead, as the first of the hunters arrived, sadistic pleasure in their eyes, the pain in my throat became something else. In that moment, it transformed me. I was more than a pitiful fox. I became something greater, something powerful. In a flash, the fear came for them instead. They screamed the same way we foxes do, in agony and terror. The pain I felt was nothing compared to the euphoria of strength. It served me greater than fear had. And it was not only my blood that nurtured the forest that day. I knew that my wounds would heal in time, but that power would never leave me. They did, and it hasn't. Never again will I suffer a human to harm me, or anyone else. Never again. I told you before that we are nothing alike. Well, what is it, dog? Have you finally learned to hold your tongue?
I'm sorry. All of that stuff that happened to you is terrible. I can see why you hate humans so much. Oh, has a thought dared to enter that empty head of yours? Yeah, I'd probably hate humans too if I'd gone through what you did. Even though I didn't, I still spent most of my life trying to avoid them, and everyone else. Everyone but one person. I also got my leg hurt by humans back then. Back when I was a fox, I stepped on one of their traps and couldn't get out. I also thought I was gonna die. But instead, my person set me free. Even though they weren't my person yet. And they put a bandage on my leg and helped it get better. I'd probably still have a limp today if they hadn't. Until I came here and met Aspen and Juliet, I thought my person was the only one worth knowing, human or not. I didn't want them to talk to me either. But now, I'm glad they did.
Of course. Any dog considers itself blessed to have a master.
Hey,
What?
I never asked before, but what's your name?
I have no need for one. If I wished to be known by anyone, they wouldn't use a name.
Yeah, I used to be like that too. It's how I ended up calling myself Miho.
How clever.
Which is why I've been calling you Silver in my head, so I'll just keep doing that.
Pick something else.
Huh?
I mean, do as you wish.
If you tell me something else to call you, I will.
I don't care what a dog thinks of me.
Oh my. Oh my Christ! I have to check back later. I'm worried. I missed a lot of things. I'm worried I did pick up a lot of things. I'm scared. I'll be sad if I did pick up a lot of those. But thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. All that jazz. Hope you have a nice day. And yeah, I'm saying. Maybe I hope the mic wasn't disconnected the whole time. Very awkward if it was.